Sergeant, please all stand. Scars Court's now sitting.
Good morning. I'll just let everyone know who's watching, and also the parties that the reason why we're starting a bit later today is because I have been dealing with another matter that was listed earlier this morning. So just to explain why we're starting a bit later, and thank you for your patience. Now, I can hear a loud noise, so just a reminder for everyone to go on mute, please. I can still hear it. Everyone could just check that they're on mute. That's it, thank you. And good morning to Sally.
Your Honour, before Mr Castleton resumes, could I just convey a message from Sally that she doesn't have tab numbers, so if any documents could be referred to by page numbers, she would appreciate that.
Certainly, thank you, Mr Smith. Mr Castleton.
My pleasure, Honour. Ms Layden, can you hear and see me clearly?
Yes, I can.
I just wanted to resume your evidence by asking you this question. Did, in that period, perhaps 1 January to the 22nd of June 1997, did your mother, Marion, ever say to you that she was going to go overseas and wanted to open a private school in England?
No.
Has there been any publication, to your knowledge, in the podcast The Lady Vanishes, indicating at all that your mother may have had an interest in either opening a private school in England or working in a private school in England as part of her travels overseas?
Working, yes, but not purchasing.
In that, again, either in that period I've just mentioned or at any time before your mother departed Australia on the 22nd of June 1997, did she ever indicate to you a desire to buy a house in Iluka in New South Wales?
No.
Is there, to your knowledge, any mention in the podcast The Lady Vanishes, mention of your mother wanting to buy a house in Iluka?
No.
Does the location of Iluka have any significance to you as Marion's daughter?
No.
No family connection with that area, to your knowledge?
No.
Now, Mr Bloom, in his statement to police, references on the occasions that he visited your mother at Southport, observing a big motorbike parked in the driveway. Do you recall that evidence?
I do.
Did you yourself at any time between the 1st of January 1997 and the 22nd of June 1997 make any observation of a large motorbike at your mother's house or near your mother's house?
No recollection.
You've indicated earlier in your evidence yesterday that your brother Owen was a motorbike mechanic, that's so?
Correct.
Did he own a large motorbike, to your recollection, in that period in early 1997?
He owned motorbikes. I wouldn't say that they were like a Harley Davidson style motorbike. They were sort of more like a racing style motorbike.
Like a Ducati, a road bike?
Correct.
And was that information, to your knowledge, that Owen rode road bikes published on the podcast The Lady Vanishes?
I don't believe so.
Do you recall in Mr Bloom's evidence that he states that he made an observation whilst at your mother's premises on the Southport of a large LP collection or record collection?
I did read that, yes.
In that period, up until your mother sold the house, moved out and moved in with Leslie Loveday, what observations, if any, did you make of a record collection or an LP collection at your mother's home?
My memory is Mum had a freestanding turntable that had the amplifier underneath it in a glass door, and underneath that there was records that were stacked.
And are you able to indicate the number of records that may have been stacked in that unit?
Between 50 and 100, maybe, at max.
Not thousands, I take it?
No.
And again, to your knowledge, Ms. Layden, has any of this type of information been published on the podcast The Lady Vanishes?
No.
Mr. Bloom, in his record of interview, describes your mother's house. Do you recall that evidence?
I do.
He says that you enter from the side of the house into the main room. From your period of living in the house, is that an accurate description?
Yes, you entered from the side of the door, but it was in the middle of the house, if that makes some sort of sense.
And were there two bedrooms at the back of the house?
Yes.
From your recollection? Sorry, I missed. Did you say yes?
Yes, I did.
And has the description that you've just given of your mother's house, again, to your knowledge, has that been published on the podcast The Lady Vanishes?
I don't believe so.
To your recollection, did you have any knowledge in that period leading up until your mother departed Australia in June of 1997, frequenting Korean banquets?
No.
Or going to functions involving Korean people?
Not to my knowledge.
Was your mum, from your interactions with her until she departed in 1997, a person who had an interest in food?
She wasn't a person that went out to restaurants a lot or anything like that. She liked cooking a lot herself.
Did she have a fondness for Korean food in terms of cooking?
No.
You recall from her outgoing passenger card that she took a Korean Airlines flight and nominated South Korea as the destination.
Yes.
Do you know whether she had any interest in Korean culture and visiting Korea prior to her departure?
She never mentioned that to me.
Do you recall in Mr. Bloom's record of interview stating that your mother Marion informed him that she had been in a relationship with a Muslim man, perhaps Moroccan or Algerian?
Yes.
You have said previously in your evidence that the man in the car that you saw at the service station had a dark complexion or dark skin. Do you recall providing that evidence previously?
Yes.
Going back in time now, could the man that you saw in the car have had a skin colour consistent with a person from Morocco or Algeria, in your opinion, or not?
I would say no.
And why is that?
because I think the reference I was making to the darkness was the fact that the figure in the car was dark because of the lighting.
Well, with the greatest respect, Ms. Layden, that's not what it appears you told the Woman's Weekly. I'll just turn up the reference and provide you a copy of that. If you have access, Ms. Layden, to Volume 1, and I'll provide the tab. It's tab 9, but for relevant purposes, Ms. Layden, page 78, if you're able to bring that up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Castleton, I don't have Volume 1 in front of me. I've only got Volume 2 and Volume 10 as per the witness.
Do you have access to the brief electronically?
I'll have to try and find it.
Take your time, please.
Mr. Castleton, we're just getting an electronic copy to Sally as soon as possible.
All right. If there's an issue, it may be that we could bring up the relevant portion of the document on the screen. What I'll do whilst you're searching for that, I'll just read it out to you whilst you're waiting for that to come through. I may have misled you, Ms. Layden. It may not be a Woman's Weekly article. It's an article that appears to have been published on or about September of 2010, and page 78 of the brief of evidence, or page 94 of the article, you are quoted as saying this: "She drove off. The man in the car was dark, had dark skin, was European looking. I couldn't see his face because of the lights on the windscreen." And then, for completeness and indeed fairness, in your witness statement that you provided to police on the 27th of May 2010, paragraph 18, page 460 of the brief of evidence, you stated the following: "The reflection on the windscreen made it difficult to see, but I could see that there was a man sitting in the front passenger seat of her car. He appeared to be quite tall and had a dark complexion. I didn't recognise him." Now, in circumstances where you've given those two similar accounts in 2010, some 11 or so years ago, does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
As to the appearance of the tall man in your mother's car on that occasion at the service station?
Yes.
And do you accept that your recollection in 2010 is likely to be better than today, some 11 years later?
Yes.
And having refreshed your memory on that topic, are you able to say today whether the appearance of the man in the car, that is his skin colour or his complexion, may be consistent with a person from Morocco or Algeria based on your experience?
I don't really know anybody from Algeria or Morocco, but I would assume they would have tanned coloured skin. So yes, I would say so.
Now, returning back to Mr. Bloom's evidence, if I may, he has recorded in his evidence taking possession of some tea chests or wooden boxes from your mother prior to her departure, it seems, in 1997. Do you have any recollection of your mother owning any tea chests or wooden boxes?
No.
When yourself and Chris assisted your mother move house, did you make any observations of any tea chests or wooden boxes?
Chris was the only one who helped her pack up some things. I did not do that, and I did not help her move. Neither did Chris.
Did you have any involvement in the relocation of your mother's belongings to Chris's grandparents' place?
Yes, we met the removalists at his house, their house, sorry.
And on that occasion or subsequently, did you make any observations of any tea chests or wooden boxes as part of the moving process into Chris's grandparents' place, or where your mother's belongings were ultimately stored?
I don't remember. I was upstairs in the room sort of telling them where to put everything when they were bringing it up. So I sort of didn't see the truck at that point or what was inside the truck.
And what about later on? Did you make any inspection of your mother's belongings as they remained at Chris's grandparents' place subsequent to her disappearance?
Well, yes, I was the person who ended up having to sort through everything.
And when you undertook that process of sorting through your mother's belongings, do you have any recollection of making any observation in relation to tea chests or wooden boxes?
No.
Did your mother, from your observations of having lived with her and spending time with her after you had moved out of the home at Southport, have an interest in classical music?
Yes.
And was there a particular type of classical music that your mother would listen to?
She had a very broad like for music.
Did she, from your observations, whilst you lived with her or visited her, have any interest in any particular European music from a particular country or not?
Not to my memory.
Any interest from your memory in French music?
Not to my knowledge. I know she used to teach the boys French songs in class, but I never really heard her do that.
And does the same apply to, for example, music from Belgium?
Well, I have no idea, I'm sorry.
Now, you will recall from the evidence that is presently before Her Honour two resignation letters that your mother purportedly submitted to the Southport School.
Yes.
Now, the first one, which was sent ostensibly in April of 1997, had an end date for the 14th of July 1997. Did you ever have any discussion with your mother as to when she was going to finish up at the school?
She told me that she was ending at the end of term.
You have no recollection of, at any stage, your mother informing you that she was going to end her time at the Southport School on the 14th of July 1997?
No.
It must then follow that you don't know why it was that she changed the date of her resignation in terms of the last day from the 14th of July to the 20th of June.
No, but if I can assist, I have looked those dates up, and the 20th was a Friday, and then she flew out on the Sunday, the 22nd. So it's my belief that the 20th was the last day of term, and perhaps she wasn't officially resigning until the 14th, so she would get holiday pay, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Just pardon me a moment, please, Ms. Lane. Ms. Lane, I just want to deal now, if I may, with some of the entries that you may have seen in Paula Mckenzie's statement.
Yes.
Have you read her statement?
Yes, I have.
And were you present throughout her evidence that she gave earlier this week?
Yes.
Can I ask that? Well, can I ask you this, please, Ms. Layden? Do you have access to volume 11?
Yes, I've got the hard copy.
All right. Page number 3300 is Ms. Mckenzie's statement. If you would kindly locate that. If you have tabs, it's tab 347 of volume 11.
I have that.
Right. Now, I just want to explore with you the first entry that Ms. Mckenzie has recorded in her police diary, her, of course, being a serving member of the Queensland Police Force within the Missing Persons Bureau. And it may be easier if you turn to page 3302, where her handwritten diary is transcribed. And she's recorded for the 22nd of November 1997 the following: Barter, Wilson, Marion, 3 October 45, long call, phone number, or I withdraw that, a number is listed, 553-07137, to inquirer. MP, that is missing person, has returned from England without contacting family. MP, that is missing person, has accessed $95,000 from her bank account. Family concerned, as this is completely out of character for the missing person. INQ, continue. And that might mean inquirer, continue, or inquiries continue. Now, firstly, did you have a landline in or about the 22nd of November 1997, which phone number was 5530737.
That phone number is familiar to me, so yes, I would say that was my number.
There is some evidence from Detective Pananza that was your landline telephone number at that point in time. Now, do you have, or at that time, in November of 1997, were you living with Chris?
Yes.
And only Chris?
No, we had a friend of mine who was renting a room from us.
And what was the name of your friend?
Liz Peters.
Do you have a memory, having seen this diary note and having heard the evidence of Ms Mckenzie, of speaking to her or a police officer in late November 1997?
No.
Do you accept that if a call was made to your number at that time in relation to Marion Barter, that it's more likely that you spoke to that person, not Chris or your flatmate?
Yes.
And what I want to explore with you is the notation in the diary note that records missing person has returned from England. It does seem to suggest that at that point in time, someone, perhaps yourself, knew that Marion had returned to England. Do you accept that?
Yep.
Now, if I take you back to the statement that you take you back again in time, and I do appreciate, Ms Lady, we are dealing with historical matters and there's a great deal of water under the bridge. But I just want to take you, and if I need to put it up on the screen, please say so, to an article published in the Woman's Day on the 10th of May 2004.
Mm-hmm.
And in that article you are quoted, and this is found, Your Honour, for those who are following on in Volume 3, tab 137, page 1097. You say this: when we didn't hear from Mum, a friend suggested I ring the bank to see if her account had been used. The girl at the bank said there had been large amounts coming out of Mum's account each day for 3 weeks at Byron Bay in northern New South Wales. I thought someone had killed her and was using her account, so I contacted the police. They did a passport check and learnt Mum had come back into the country the day after she'd spoken to me from the UK. All right? Does that accord with your recollection today as to what took place back in 1997?
Well, it does, but I wouldn't say it probably happened the way she's worded it.
Right. Then, in your witness statement that you provided to police about 6 years after the Woman's Day article of the 10th of May 2004, in your 27 May 2010 statement, Volume 2, tab 64, page 463.
Mm-hmm.
Paragraph 31, you state, in a matter of days, and that's following your appearance at the Byron Bay Police Station and the report of your concerns in relation to your mother, you go on to say, in a matter of days, I got a phone call from Byron Bay Police, and I think I was speaking to the same officer who took the original report. He told me that he had located Mum and she didn't want anyone to know where she was or what she was doing. I think I asked him more about where she was or how he found her, but he told me that he couldn't give me any more information because Mum had indicated she didn't want any contact with anyone. Now, you will recall, and please tell me if you don't, the notepad entries recorded by Senior Constable Charles in relation to the concerns that you raised in October of 1997 about your mum's whereabouts?
I don't have that at hand, I'm sorry.
But do you recall Senior Constable Charles's evidence in relation to his notepad entries for the 22nd of October 1997 or not?
Oh, vaguely.
I can bring it up if need be. Your Honour, it's found in Volume 2, tab 58, commencing at page 387.
Okay, I found that.
And you'll see, first of all, I'd like you to accept that this is the handwritten entry in Senior Constable Charles's police notebook. Mm-hmm. And he records on Wednesday, on the 22nd of October 1997, information, it appears, relating to your mother obtained from yourself, and then over the page 388, one sees information from Federal Police, John Lewis, Brisbane. Sorry, and then the important part, returned Brisbane 2 August 1997. Now, when one pieces all that information together, do you accept that it is likely that you were informed prior to the 22nd of November 1997 that your mother had returned from overseas?
No.
Notwithstanding the statement that you gave police in 2010 and the reports to the Women's Weekly in 2004?
So are you asking me, did I know when I went to Byron Bay Police Station that she'd come back into the country?
Not at all. I'm asking you that after you have left the Byron Bay Police Station on the 22nd of October 1997,
Yep.
that you have been informed
Yes.
by New South Wales Police that your mother has returned from overseas, and that you knew that information, Ms Layden, prior to the 22nd of November 1997.
Your Honour, I object to the use of the words New South Wales Police because there's no evidence there in relation to that time.
Well, with the greatest respect to my learned friend, she may have misconstrued my question. My question relates to the statement provided by Ms Layden in May of 2010 and her statements to the Women's Weekly in 2004 that suggest that she spoke to New South Wales Police after her visit to the Byron Bay Police Station on the 22nd of October 1997. And my question is, Ms Layden, that from that time, between the 22nd of October 1997 until the 22nd of November 1997, a period of 1 month, do you accept that you knew that your mother had returned from overseas?
Yeah, apologies, Mr. Castleton, I misunderstood your question, but yes, that's correct.
And having taken you back to your earlier statements in relation to that information, that is, information that your mother had returned from overseas, do you accept that it is more likely that you obtained that information from New South Wales Police?
That's my memory, yes.
Now, do you have any memory of speaking to a police officer from the Queensland Police Force at the start of December 1997, informing you that your mother had been located safe and well, whereabouts not to be disclosed?
Can I elaborate on these, or would you just like me to give you yes and no's?
First of all, I just want to hear your evidence in response to my question, and then I'll ask the next question.
Okay. So can you repeat the question, sorry?
Do you have any memory or recollection of being informed by a police officer at the start of December 1997, informing you that your mother had been located safe and well, and that her whereabouts were not to be disclosed?
I object. I think that the previous question that was asked was whether it was from a Queensland police officer. I'm not sure that made it into the second.
No,
Yes,
I'm happy for it to just be police officer at this stage, subject to Your Honour's ruling, of course.
Yes. Allow the question as just a police officer.
Yes, I 100% remember getting a phone call from a police officer, but I believe it was a male, and they told me that they had located my mum, but she didn't want anyone to know where she was or what she was doing.
And was that conversation to which you've recounted relating to a male police officer one that you had, to your recollection, at the start of December 1997?
I've worked very hard to try and recollect, but my memory was that it was in about a week or 10 days from when I went to Byron Bay Police Station.
On reflection, do you think that that recollection may be inaccurate today, given the emergence of Ms Mckenzie's diary notes?
Well, I guess so, but I don't remember speaking to a female.
But you have a recollection of speaking to a police officer, male, on your account, and being informed that your mum had been located and did not want her whereabouts disclosed?
Yes, 100%.
And doing the best you can today, could that have been towards the end of 1997?
Well, my memory is that it was shortly after I'd been to Byron Bay.
But that's not what you say in your statement or to the Woman's Weekly.
So you're asking me when I got the phone call from the police officer?
I want to make sure that it's fair. Let me just bring up your statement. paragraph 31, you say, and this is shortly, you say, in a matter of days after you've visited the Byron Bay Police Station, you got a phone call from Byron Bay Police, and I think I was speaking to the same officer who took the original report. He told me that he had located Mum, right, and she didn't want anyone to know where she was or what she was doing. Right? I think I asked more about where she was or how he found her, but he told me that he couldn't give me any more, all right? That you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that same type of information being relayed to you by another police officer towards the end of 1997?
No.
And the reason I wanted to suggest to you that based on Ms Mckenzie's diary note of the 1st of December 1997 and your grandfather, John Wilson's handwritten note of early 1998, that you were told in early December 1997 that your mother had been located safe and well and did not want her whereabouts disclosed. Do you accept that?
I don't think there's a date on my grandfather's notes.
Well, by way of deduction, if one accepts the veracity of the handwritten notes of Ms Mckenzie, there is an entry, as you will recall, for the 30th of December 1997 to this effect. Long call with missing person's father, Jack Wilson, who still holds concerns for missing person as she is still not contacting them. Advise nothing further police can assist with. Discussed options available to family. Together with your grandfather's note, where he records, and this is at page 1635, Sally applied to missing persons, only to be told that her mother was 52, entitled to her privacy, and that she had been contacted and didn't wish to have her whereabouts divulged. Now, given that information, collectively being Ms Mckenzie's diary entry of 1 December 1997, Ms Mckenzie's diary entry of 30 December 1997, and your grandfather's handwritten note, which we know preceded 18 March 1998, the Betty Brown letter, and appears to have been created after the 1st of December 1997, do you accept today that more probably than not, you were informed by Queensland's Missing Persons Bureau on the 1st of December 1997 that your mother had been located safe and well with her whereabouts not to be disclosed?
Can you just give me a minute, please?
Of course.
I find this information very difficult to process because it doesn't marry up with my memory. So, I mean, I see my grandfather has written after he states that I have contacted missing persons that he rang a couple of weeks later. But she also states in her statement that who still holds concern. So that would indicate to me that she's already spoken to him, saying that he was concerned and that he was still holding concern on the 30th of December.
Well, if we look at it closely, Do you have, firstly, access to Ms Mckenzie's diary?
I've got her statement here.
Thank you. And do you also have your grandfather's handwritten note?
I've just got one page of it with that relevant information on it.
All right. Now, if you go to paragraph 22, page 3304 of Ms Mckenzie's statement, it reads, missing since August 1997, missing person located safe and well, whereabouts not to be disclosed, inquirer advised. Now that's the 1st of December 1997. You then go to your grandfather's note, about point 4 of the page, Ms Layden. Sally applied to missing persons only to be told that her mother was 52, entitled to her privacy, and that she had been contacted and didn't wish to have her whereabouts divulged. Now, do you accept that in large part that's consistent with Ms Mckenzie's note?
Yes.
And then your grandfather records, I rang missing persons a couple of weeks after this and asked what identification had been made. Now, if you then go to the entry note of Ms Mckenzie for the 30th of December 1997, paragraph 26, page 3305, Ms Mckenzie records, Barter Marion, 3 October 45, located 1 December 1997, long call with missing person's father, Jack Wilson, who still holds concerns for missing person as she's still not contacting them. Do you see that that's consistent with your grandfather's note that he rang missing persons a couple of weeks after the 1st of December 1997?
Yes.
That being the 30th of December 1997. Do you have any recollection of whether Christmas of 1997 was spent with your grandparents?
I don't remember, sorry. I think Chris and I actually spent Christmas together.
But do you accept, Ms Layden, having taken you to records that on their face appear to have been recorded at or about the time of the events recorded, that more probably than not, you were told on the 1st of December 1997 that your mother had been located safe and well, whereabouts not to be disclosed, and that you relayed that information to your grandfather?
Possibly, Mr. Castleton. I don't remember. It's so confusing. I'm trying to roll back 25 years and I've said a lot of things and I've tried to remember everything. So I'm just doing the best I can. I'm sorry.
Are you able to explain Ms Mckenzie's diary notes or not?
Well, from listening to Miss Mckenzie the other day, to be honest, there was a lot of assumption about what was written in the notes, running sheets, more information on running sheets. It's a bit of a shame we can't have those running sheets because that might give us a bit more clarity. So I can't speak for what somebody else has written. Unfortunately, I don't know.
Yes, thank you, Ms Layden.
Ms Burke?
No, no questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr Smith?
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Layden, apart from being told by police in 2011, would you have had any other way to find out about your mother's name change to Florabella Natalia Marion Remakel, as you can recall?
No.
And Mr Castleton just took you to the handwritten notes prepared by your grandfather. Can I ask you, when did you first learn about these and see them?
on the 30th of March 2019.
And if these were written in late 1997 or early 1998, what was your grandfather's health condition like at that time?
I object. This witness can't give medical opinion. Of course, she can give her observations, but
Yeah.
Well, I'll rephrase it. What was your observation of your grandfather's medical condition at the time?
Well, he was dying of cancer and very unwell.
And do you have any recollection of him telling you about the notes at that time in late 1997 or early 1998?
The first I learned of the notes was when my cousin Simon sent them to me in 2019.
And the paragraph on page 1089 that Mr. Cassidy read to you, Sally applied to missing persons only to be told that her mother was 52. What do you believe the reference to missing persons to be a reference to, looking at those notes, based on your recollection?
well, I object because the witness just said a moment ago she did not have any recollection of discussing this matter.
Yes. Very little probative value now in just speculating.
The document will speak for itself, and there may be competing submissions as to what inferences Your Honour should draw from the document, but in my respectful submission, this witness should not be asked questions interpreting the document in circumstances where she's not the author of the document.
Yes.
Well, in my submission, John, I'm not asking her to interpret the document. I'm asking her what she thinks that is a reference to based on her recollection of her own conduct at that time.
Oh, I don't think that's helpful at all.
Very well. I'll move on. And finally, on page 3305 of Ms. Mckenzie's statement, there's a reference to her last diary note, and that she telephoned your grandfather on the 30th of December 1997. From having looked at Ms. Mckenzie's statement and heard her evidence, does the fact that she contacted your grandfather last suggest anything to you about your interactions or his interactions with Queensland Missing Persons Bureau?
I object.
Object.
I object. That's not the evidence. The evidence, the diary note, Your Honour, says simply long call with Missing Persons Father Jack Wilson.
I concur with that objection, Your Honour.
It does not say that Ms. Mckenzie called John Wilson, and of course Your Honour has before you the note of Mr. Wilson. I rang Missing Persons a couple after this, etc.
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anything arising? Mr. Cassidy?
Nothing arising, Your Honour. Your Honour, I note the time, and I know court staff have been here for some time this morning because of Your Honour's earlier hearing. Is it convenient to take the morning tea adjournment, and then in that period we'll endeavour to bring into the virtual court the next witness, which is Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen?
Yes, we'll take... thank you, Ms Layden. We'll take the adjournment now and resume at 12 o'clock.
No, please, accord.
Silence, please all stand. This Coroners Court is now temporarily adjourned. Silence, please all stand. Scholars Court is now resumed.
Yes, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen, who has joined the virtual courtroom.
Yes, hello, Ms Gaffney-Bowen. Can you see and hear us?
I can hear you, yes, and see you as well.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Miss Daphne Bowen, you can hear me clearly?
I can hear you, but I don't know where you are.
You can hear me though. That's all I need from you. Okay. Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you please state your full name?
Jeanette Gaffney-Bowen.
And have you provided a statement to New South Wales Police?
Yes, I have.
And is that statement dated the 3rd of November 2020?
I don't know. I can't remember the date.
Do you have a copy of the statement that you provided to police?
Yes, 3rd of November 2020. Yes.
And do you have this afternoon, Ms Gaffney-Bowen, a complete copy of the statement you provided police on 3 November 2020?
Yes, I do.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Do you also have with you this afternoon some documents relating to a complaint and summons brought on your behalf for an apprehended domestic personal violence order in late 1998, early 1999?
Yes, I do.
And is Detective Senior Constable Benjamin Taylor present with you this afternoon in a supporting role?
Yes, he is.
Apart from Detective Taylor, is there anyone else present with you today as you give your evidence?
No.
Ms Gaffney-Bowen, I just want to work through your statement, if I may. So please have access to it. You state that you were born in Algeria. When did you come to Australia?
I was in 1972, but I came to Australia from New Caledonia.
And
I grew up in France.
thank you. I was going to come to that.
Okay.
How many years did you live in Algeria for?
It's too far away, but I did my schooling in France, if that can help.
Are you able to say how many years you lived in France?
I left in 1977. I did all my studies there. I don't know. I didn't think of that.
You're French speaking, I take it?
Yes, I am.
And when you came to Australia, did you marry?
Yes, I did.
And did you have 2 daughters to that marriage?
Yes, I did.
And did that marriage come to an end in the early 1990s?
Yes, it did.
And after the breakdown of your marriage, were you living in the Greenwich area in Sydney?
I moved there. I used to live in Waverton when my marriage broke down.
You moved from Waverton to Greenwich after the breakdown of your marriage, is that so?
That's so, yes.
And when you moved to Greenwich, Was that in the early part of the 1990s, perhaps 1992?
92, September 92.
And did you, in either 1994 or 1995, start a home-based childcare business from your home in Greenwich?
I did.
And did you, sometime after you established your home-based childcare business, and possibly towards the latter part of the 1990s, did you place an advertisement in the newspaper seeking a friend?
I did.
At that time, perhaps the latter part of the 1990s, how would you describe your circumstances? Firstly, your personal circumstances.
Well, I was extremely busy, extremely feeling extremely down because my ex-husband was always harassing me, and directly and indirectly through the twins. And I had no friends. My childcare was from 8 o'clock till 5, 6 o'clock sometimes. So I was really just on my own and always stressed.
Would you, at the time that you placed the advertisement in the newspaper seeking a friend, would you describe yourself at that time as lonely?
Extremely lonely, yes.
At that time in your life, were you looking for companionship?
Yes, I did.
And did you hold a hope at that point in your life that you might enter into a fulfilling relationship?
Well, yes. With a chance, maybe.
And did you, at that point in time, the late 1990s, consider yourself financially independent or not?
Very much so.
And was that by reason of the home-based childcare centre that you were operating, together with any proceeds that you received by way of a property settlement following the breakdown of your marriage?
Not through my childcare.
Did you consider yourself in the late 1990s to be a vulnerable person or not?
Extremely vulnerable.
And you have said just now that you considered yourself to be an extremely vulnerable person. Why did you hold that belief at that point in time, being the late 1990s?
Because my ex-husband used to harass me all the time. It was easy for him, therefore I did not have friends to support me emotionally, and he took advantage of that.
How would you describe your personality at that point in time, that is the late 1990s?
I'm not sure of your question.
Well, did you, for example, consider yourself to be a caring or sensitive person or not?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's part of my personality.
Right. After you placed the advertisement looking for a friend, did you receive a telephone call?
I did.
Are you able to say today what the contents of that advertisement was?
Not really.
Do you have any recollection as to whether it was a detailed advertisement or a short advertisement seeking friendship?
I'm not sure. No, I can't recall.
Do you recall the newspaper or publication to which the ad was placed?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was in English or in French?
No, definitely in English, I would say.
How many responses to the advertisement do you recall receiving?
I am not sure whether I received many, but I received definitely one, which was French, from a French speakers.
I'll come to that shortly. Was this the first time that you had placed an ad seeking friendship or companionship?
I am not sure. I'm not sure. But
And-
definitely, while I was in Greenwich, definitely.
And could you recount again why it was you took the step of placing this ad in a newspaper?
I could not make any friends, neither females nor male, because I was tied down. Look, it has gone.
Oh. I can still see you, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, and I can still hear you. Can you see me, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, and
Yes,
hear me?
I can see you. Yes.
Right. You were saying that you were having difficulty meeting friends, and that was one of the reasons why you placed the advertisement. Were there any other reasons?
No, that was the only reason.
Now, did you receive a phone call in response to your ad from a French-speaking gentleman?
I did.
And did this man inform you that his name was Frederick de Hedevery?
Well, he gave me his name, but that's not what I understood. I understood different spelling than the one I saw in writing.
Right.
Yes,
And the one that you've seen in the writing, is that the one that's contained within your statement?
yes.
Did you assume that this man's name was spelled differently?
Well, yes, I did assume because. Yes.
And how did you recall the spelling of his name based on your assumptions, given the way he pronounced his name?
I did not see it written. The way I heard it when he pronounced it, it was something like Havadari. That's spoken quickly, Havadari, like that. And I spelled it the way I heard it, Havadari.
And do you recall that first telephone conversation that you had with Mr. de Hedevery?
Well, I recall that he told me he that he lived in Lennox and that he came to Sydney frequently and that he would like to meet me and take me to dinner next time he will come to Sydney.
Just so I've received your evidence clearly, he told you that he lived in Lennox.
Lennox.
Do I take that to mean a township near Ballina known as Lennox Head?
I think so, yes.
And he obviously spoke French.
Once he realized from my accent, I suppose, yes, we start speaking in French.
Do I take it the conversation commenced with English? At some point during the conversation, there was a realisation that you were both French-speaking individuals and you then conversed in French thereafter?
Yes.
From that point on, did you usually speak in French to each other?
Yes,
Or
always.
always in French after that moment?
Yes.
Did he tell you why it was he would be coming to Sydney from time to time? or not?
I'm not 100% sure, but I will assume that he was involved in business. I think he may have told me that.
And did you learn at that stage what type of business Mr. De Hevevery was in?
No, he didn't tell me.
Did Mr. De Hevevery come to Sydney and visit you?
He did.
Are you able to say how long after that first telephone conversation you've just recounted?
I cannot give a specific time, but not very long after the first conversation.
And you have provided in your statement that Mr. De Hevevery invited you to dinner and you were under the impression from your interactions with him that he travelled regularly to Sydney.
Yes. That was not, I'm sorry, it wasn't my impression. He told me.
Right. And at that time, did he disclose what type of business he was in?
No, he did not.
At any time, whilst you interacted with Mr. De Hevevery, did he disclose to you what his employment was or business interests were?
I am not sure. He may have been asking me questions about what I was doing and so on.
And at that time, you were still conducting your own home-based childcare business?
Yes.
And was that Monday to Friday?
Yes.
And I think a moment ago you gave evidence of the hours. Could you just recount, please, the hours that your business was open between Monday and Friday?
8 to 5 or 8 to 6, I can't remember. I'm not sure about 6 o'clock. Definitely starting at 8, and I can't remember whether I stopped at 5 or at 6, but because sometimes parents were late, and I was always available. So.
And did you operate during school holiday periods or not?
Yes, I operated all the time.
Sorry, I missed that last answer, I'm afraid.
But not during Christmas. I closed for 2 weeks every year at Christmas time. Otherwise, I operated all the time.
Following the first dinner that you've given evidence about, what happened at the conclusion of that dinner?
Well, he brought me back home and we stood in front of my house and he looked at it and he said he has lost his home that I had a nice home, that he had lost his, which looked like mine, and he put on a very, very sad face and I felt very sorry for him.
And what happened as a result of that interaction?
Well, he, as he said, he used to come often to Sydney and that he had to look for accommodation. I thought I will offer him to stay at my studio, which was vacant after having been occupied by an overseas student.
Do I understand, based on your oral evidence just now and your written statement, that your house had a separate garden studio?
Yes, it did.
And are you able to say, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, what month or time of the year you may have met Mr. de Havilland?
I really cannot recall.
Could it have been towards the latter part of 1998, based on your reading of the application for a domestic violence order against Mr. de Havilland?
It could be.
Did Mr. de Havilland, following that first interaction with him, come to stay at your residence in Sydney?
Not that evening, later on.
That evening he departed, I take it?
Yes, he did.
And following his departure, had there been further communication between yourself and Mr. de Havilland where you agreed that he could stay at your garden studio?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Do you know how long after that first interaction with Mr. de Havilland did he stay at your place for the first time?
I cannot recall.
Are you able to say, doing the best you can today, how many times Mr. de Havilland may have stayed at your residence?
I cannot answer your question by saying that. If I may, I can I can't remember.
Did you form a romantic attachment with Mr. de Havilland after he commenced to stay from time to time in your garden studio?
No.
Did you, following Mr. de Havilland's I withdraw that. Did you at any time have any sexual relationship with Mr. de Havilland?
No.
Are you able to say, in terms of days, weeks or months, how long Mr. de Havilland would visit your residence and stay at the studio apartment?
Not. I'm trying to think about that English word. I can't answer you very succinctly. I have to say more because I can't remember the term, that word.
Please elaborate to the extent that you need.
That's the one. That's elaborate. The word I was looking for was elaborate.
Well, please elaborate to the extent that you need to answer my last question. Would you like the question again?
Yes, please.
Are you able to say for how long, in terms of a period of time, did Mr. de Havilland stay at your studio apartment? Was it days, weeks, months?
No, I will say weeks.
And on those occasions that he stayed, would he stay for one night or more than one night before he returned somewhere else?
May I elaborate?
Of course.
He used to come. He used to spend the night in the studio. Then in the morning he will go out. Sometimes he came back in the evening. Sometimes not.
And your recollection, doing the best you can today, that may have been over a period of weeks, but not months?
If by months you mean 3 months, no, it didn't last 3 months. It didn't last with me for 3 months. So maybe a couple of months would be maximum. 1 month would be more like it, but.
And did Mr. de Haververy have a key to access the garden studio in that period of time that you and he were friendly?
I don't think it was lockable because, again, if I may elaborate, because one time when he left and I didn't hear from him for a while, I saw maybe he has gone. So I walked down, the studio was garden studio, and I saw that his things were there. So I thought, oh, well, he'd be back. So it wasn't locked.
Did he, to your recollection, have a key to the main residence?
I can't recall that, but I would be surprised because I lived there. I was running a business. My home had to be always open for my clients, so the door was always open.
And that was was that your usual practice to leave the primary residence unlocked?
During the day, yes, for the parents to walk in whenever they want to see their children. Or
and what
also,
about? Sorry, please go on.
or my supervisor from docs, who quite often come without announcing their arrival.
You've referenced docs. Does that mean the Department of Community Service?
Yes, it does.
And on weekends, would you, as a matter of course or usual practice, leave the primary residence unlocked?
No, not the weekend, no.
Ms Gaffney Bowen, you've said in paragraph 8 of your statement that Mr de Haververy used the studio only for sleeping and visited me on my first floor when he was not away. Could you elaborate on that sentence, please?
Well, when he came back home, sometimes late afternoon, he will come up and say hello and talk a bit, and then goes off back to his studio, wherever. And when my childcare during the weekends, he will stay. Like one time, he cooked for me, and he will stay longer and talk with me during the evening.
At that point in time, perhaps 1998, the latter part of 1998, how many rooms were on the first floor of the primary residence?
Just 3.
And were they 3 bedrooms?
Yes.
Now, when Mr de Haververy visited you on the first floor, was he visiting you in your bedroom?
No.
Where was he visiting you?
Lounge room, dining room.
Right. So I take it there were 3 bedrooms, and also upstairs was a dining room and a lounge room.
And a bathroom, and a balcony, and courtyard.
And just out of interest, where was the kitchen located?
The kitchen was located off the dining room. Do you want me to describe?
No, thank you. And did Mr de Haververy pay you any money on those occasions that he stayed at your residence?
No, he did not.
And why was that?
I don't know. I personally never thought of of asking, and he didn't offer. And my mortgage was practically paid off, so that didn't really worry me much.
And at some point during your relationship with Mr. De Hevevery, did he make a business proposition to you?
Yes, he did.
And what was that business proposition that Mr. De Hevevery made to you?
Buying and selling coins to collectors. And may I elaborate on that?
You may.
I had been for quite a while looking to start another business to replace my childcare. The childcare business, even if it was very, very good, it was extremely lonely because I was always stuck at home. And I started it mostly, especially to be home for my children. And I knew that in a while my daughters will be too big for me to continue doing childcare. And I have been thinking of finding another business. And I must have told him, I can't remember, but I must have told him that's why he suggested we started a very lucrative business.
And that business was to buy and sell coins, was it?
Coins, yes.
And at that point in time, did you come to learn that Mr. De Hevevery had an interest in coins or not?
Well, I assumed he did, because he sounded like he knew about it.
Do you remember today what, if anything, he told you his experience was buying and selling coins?
Well, he said it was an easy business and an easy business and very rewarding financially.
Did he tell you that he had previously conducted a business of buying and selling coins or not?
I don't believe so. I don't think so.
By this time, had you learnt anything about his employment or business interests or not?
He didn't like speaking about himself.
What did you call him? Did you call him Frederick or some other name?
I can't recall whether I call him Frederick or Fred. I would say, I would assume I would have called him Frederick.
Right. What about Rick? Would you call him Rick or not, to your memory?
No, definitely.
And in terms of the business proposition to go into the business of selling coins, how was it to be funded?
Well, he told me he needed money.
Were you to go 50-50 in the business, or was there some other arrangement? Was Mr. De Hevevery to provide the financial support necessary to conduct the business, or were you to provide the financial support to conduct the business, or from some other means?
It may sound ridiculous, but I did not think of that at all. He said he needed some money for startup.
And at this point in time, when you're discussing the prospect of perhaps entering into a business with Mr. De Hevevery, how would you describe your relationship with him at that time? Had you become close?
No.
Did you trust him at that point in time?
I don't know. I don't know.
Did you see yourself developing an emotional attachment to him at this point in time?
No. As soon as he started, as soon as he mentioned the business, my mind was concentrated on the business.
Was
It was
any
more in-
part... My apologies. Please
So,
go
no,
on.
sorry.
Was any part of your decision-making to go into a business relationship with Mr de Haverberry related to your emotions that you may have held for him?
I don't think so, because the relationship at that time was really just nothing. He came, he used the studio to sleep. He came up and talked to me, and a lot of time he was just making fun of me and belittling me. So emotionally, no, I was concentrating on the business.
The reason, Ms Gaffney-Bowen, I ask you that is that in your complaint and summons seeking an apprehended domestic and personal violence order against Mr de Haverberry, you indicated that you had plans to be married. And that is a document that was executed on the 7th of December 1998, signed by yourself. Could you be mistaken today, given the effluxion of time, as to the emotions you may have held in the latter part of 1998 for Mr de Haverberry?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You have signed a complaint on the 7th of December or thereabouts 1998 in support of an application for an apprehended domestic personal violence order against Mr de Haverberry, where you have stated as part of the narrative that you and he had plans to be married and start a business together. My question is, given that document which you signed in December of 1998, could you be mistaken today as to the status of your relationship with Mr de Haverberry in 1998?
May I elaborate, please?
You may.
When I placed the ad, I was looking for a friend. Hopefully, it will. Can't think of the word again. It could become much more than friendship, but friend first.
Friend first, and perhaps develop into a romantic relationship, depending on the circumstances.
That's it, yes. But the behavior he had wasn't really doing anything to my emotions, and firstly, he did not seem to be interested. All he was interested in was belittling me and talking about the business and what he had to buy for the business and how the business worked. So, no, I had given up on that and I concentrated on the business as well.
Are you able to explain why it is you have recorded in your complaint for the apprehended domestic violence order that you had plans to be married?
Well, maybe at the beginning, when I placed the ad, I was hoping it will become more than just friendship.
Ms Gaffney-Bowen, may I apologise in advance if my next question seems crass or insensitive, but could the advertisement that you lodged with the newspaper be described as a Lonely Hearts type ad?
No. Well, I mean, I don't know about this Lonely Heart. I heard about Lonely Heart, but I have never read one, so I can't say mine was like that. But mine was for friendship.
With the prospect of something more eventuating depending on the circumstances.
Well, that was in my mind. No, I did not write it down. Definitely not.
And returning, if I may, to the business proposition, what steps, if any, did you undertake to commence that business of buying and selling coins with Mr. de Havilland?
Well, he told me he needed some startup finance to buy, for example, fax machine and other things. I don't know what really, because when he told me he needed to go out and do things for the business, and he didn't have money, so I gave him my. It has gone again.
I can still see and hear you.
Well, I can hear you as well. That's really matter. I can hear them well.
Can you see and hear me
Yes,
clearly?
I can. Yes.
You mentioned in your answer a request by Mr. de Havilland for start-up finance for the business.
Yes.
Did you provide any start-up finance for the coin business?
Yes, I did.
And are you able to say how much you provided to Mr. de Havilland for the business?
I will say around $30,000.
And how was that $30,000 provided by you to Mr. de Havilland for use in the business?
With the card. I cannot.
A debit card or key card linked to a account in your name, I take it?
Yes.
Did you provide Mr. de Havilland with your PIN or access code for him to withdraw money from your account?
I did.
And your evidence is today that the sum of money that Mr. de Havilland withdrew from your account, I take it with your permission?
Yes.
Was in the order of perhaps $30,000.
Around that, yes.
And are you able to say what that $30,000 was spent on to enable you and Mr. de Havilland to conduct a coin business?
I recall a fax machine. I can't recall anything else. He did not even. I did not even get the receipt for the fax machine.
Did you inquire at any time of Mr. de Havilland as to what had come of the $30,000 or thereabouts that he had withdrawn from your account?
I just did not think about it. I was just too tired.
Did you trust Mr. de Havilland at the time that you provided your card, banking card to him?
Yes, I did trust him, yes.
Are you able to say over what period of time you provided your bank card to Mr. de Havilland before you no longer provided it to him?
No, I can't.
Where was the business to be operated from?
From my home.
And what role, if any, were you to play in the operation of the business from your home?
We did not discuss that, so I assumed it will be like partnership.
Did you have any idea where the coins were to be acquired from, to which you may sell, or not?
I cannot recall.
And do you know whether Mr. de Havilland, with the money that was withdrawn from your account, was used to buy particular coins for resale as part of the business operation?
I can't. No, I know I haven't seen any coins, and I really cannot recall.
Is your evidence today that apart from the fax machine, you have no recollection of any physical items being purchased and you being informed with the $30,000 odd withdrawn from your account?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I'm just wishing to explore with you, Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, whether you have any recollection of any other items or use of the $30,000 that was provided from your account other than the fax machine to which you've referred.
No, I don't have any recollection.
Apart from the fax machine, was there any computers purchased or other equipment in order for the business to operate?
No.
At some point, did your relationship come to an end with Mr. de Havilland?
It did.
And how did it come to an end?
He was manipulating me into selling my house, giving him the money for him to go to France and buy me a unit in Paris. And he kept at it until I said, I'm not selling my home. My daughters don't know France. This is their home, and I'm not going to unroot them. He did not like that.
Well, if we can break that down into segments, please. Do you remember when Mr. de Havilland proposed to you that you sell your house and move to Paris?
Well, I can't remember the date.
No. How long into your relationship or friendship with Mr. de Havilland, or partnership, that is business partnership, did Mr. de Havilland raise with you the notion of selling your house in Greenwich and purchasing a property in Paris?
But just if we just I don't know the term. If we think that the relationship, or if we assume that he stayed with me, just as an example, for say 4 weeks, he would have started in the third week. He would have started harassing me about that.
And do you know why it was that he was suggesting or urging you to sell your house in Greenwich and move to France?
Because he wanted to get hold of my money.
Well, did he suggest to you that you and he could start a new life together in France?
Never.
Did he suggest to you that you could conduct your coin business in France?
No, he did not.
I take it from your earlier evidence that you did not entertain the notion of selling your house in Greenwich because of your two daughters and them being established in Australia at that time?
Yes.
You say in your statement Mr de Havilland did his utmost to persuade me to sell my house and trust him with the proceeds to go and buy me a beautiful and spacious apartment in Paris. Was there any suggestion that you would travel with him to Paris to look at beautiful or spacious apartments?
No.
It was, as you recall, the interaction, the simple matter of him taking the proceeds of the sale of your house and you trusting him to purchase an apartment for you in Paris.
Yes.
Your Honour, I've just been reminded that it's 1 p.m. If it's convenient to Your Honour, we might take the lunch in adjournment.
Yes, we're just going to take a break now and we'll resume at 2 p.m.
Silence, please. Or stand. This corresponds now temporary adjournment. Silence, please all stand. Coroners Court now resume.
Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms. Gaffney Bowen, can you see and hear me clearly?
Yes, I do.
Before the luncheon adjournment, I was asking you some questions about your evidence where Mr de Havilland was seeking to persuade you to sell your house in Greenwich and to buy a spacious and beautiful apartment in Paris. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
You've said in your statement at paragraph 15, during our conversation I tried several times to change the subject of my house, but he kept on going back to it without success, at one point becoming frustrated and aggressive with me for my lack of interest on that specific subject. I ended up telling him that Australia was my children's home. Was that the only occasion that Mr de Havilland sought to persuade you to sell your house and to move to France?
No, no, there was another, I don't know whether it was the first time or second time, twice. When he made that steak tartare for me, that when he approached that subject, and I didn't want to go any further with it. And then later on, maybe the following week I had for dinner, I cooked chicken, and I was having difficulties cutting it because I don't think I had done a good job. And he used to be, and he was annoyed because I was saying, "Oh, this chicken doesn't taste as good." And he kept on coming back onto the house. And I believe that would be the second time that I told him, "No way, I won't sell the house because my daughters were born here."
And did he leave that topic there and not raise it again to your recollection?
To my recollection, no, he didn't, because I was quite adamant that I would not sell.
Now, throughout your friendship or relationship, however described, with Mr de Havilland, whilst he would reside from time to time in your studio apartment, were you of the belief that he was a single man?
No, because one time he was taking me by car to see, I think it was DHL. He wanted to show me the DHL office with which we will be sending the coins to the clients. And someone rang him, and it was a female. I could hear her voice. And because of his body language, and I thought, that must be someone close to him, and he's not happy to have another woman hearing him. So I had the feeling that he was married.
At that point in time?
At that point in time. Well, of course, it was only an assumption of me.
Did you ask him
No.
who the person was?
No, I didn't.
Before that phone conversation that you've just recounted, were you of the belief that he was a single man by reason of the fact that he had answered your advertisement?
Yes.
And prior to that phone call, did you receive any indication from Mr de Havilland that he was not a single man?
No.
From the time that you overheard the conversation with Mr de Havilland with a female, did you assume that he may have been in a relationship from that point on? Or you did not know with any certainty?
Well, I don't really understand your question.
Did you come to learn at any time that Mr de Havilland may have been a married man?
That came to my mind only when I heard that woman on the phone.
Did you subsequently learn that he was married at the time that he was staying in your garden studio?
No.
The reason I asked that specific question, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, is in the complaint which you signed in support of the application for an apprehended domestic personal violence order, you have recorded on or about the 7th of December 1998 that after the money, that is the $28,000 to $30,000 in cash, was provided by you to Mr. de Havilland to start the business, that you say this: when this occurred, the defendant left the premises. The person in need of protection, that is you, has since discovered that the defendant is and was married whilst they were living together. Now, I accept, as I must, that it's a long time ago that you provided that narrative. Did you come to learn that Mr. de Havilland was married at the time of your friendship or relationship, however described, whilst you were living together?
Only after hearing that voice.
Did Mr. de Havilland ever admit to you that he was married?
No, and I never asked him either.
In that passage that I have just read to you, reference is made to you and Mr. de Havilland living together in circumstances where, in the same document, you have recorded having plans to be married. Could you be mistaken as to the nature of your relationship in 1998 with Mr. de Havilland, and that it may have been one of a romantic or sexual type of relationship?
On his part?
Well, it's your document. You have written, had plans to be married and that we were living together. Was your relationship sexual in nature in 1998?
No, we were not living together. He was living downstairs.
By reference to your last answer, do I take it that reference to "we're living together" is a reference to him staying from time to time in your garden studio?
Yes.
And not in the sense that you were cohabitating in your primary residence?
Not in that sense, no.
Now, you have recounted one incident that may be construed as an interaction with Mr. de Havilland of a sexual nature, and that's in paragraph 16 of your statement. And I'm sorry I have to ask you these questions, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, but at some point during your friendship or relationship with Mr. de Havilland, did he come to take some photographs of you without your clothes on?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you consent to Mr. de Havilland taking those photographs of you without your clothes on?
I am afraid many times, I mean, I was a businesswoman and a mother and so on. While he may have caught me at a very, very low emotional stage in my life. And many a time I thought maybe he's dragging me, because when he bought wine, for example, He did not drink it. He gave it to me. And I even thought maybe he has hypnotized me. I do not understand how he got me undressed in my own bedroom. I really don't. But there have been no sexual intercourse at that time. His mind was on taking photos so he could blackmail me with it.
And please go on.
I think even if he had wanted to have intercourse with me, he was incapable of having it because the guy was important.
Pausing there, if we may, at the time that Mr. de Havilland took the photographs of you naked, was he clothed or unclothed at that time?
He was partly enclosed.
You recount in your statement that he undressed himself in front of me, however nothing eventuated from it. Is that your recollection today?
Yeah, that's my recollection today, yes.
Do you know what became of the photographs that Mr. de Havilland took of you on that occasion?
No, I don't. He told me that he will be showing them around or something. That's how he blackmailed me or he threatened me.
You've alleged that he blackmailed or threatened you in relation to the use of those photographs. What was he seeking in return from you as a result of your alleged blackmail or threats?
And he wanted me to do whatever he wanted to do, like selling my house, for example, and giving him the money.
Was this part of any... I withdraw that. How long after these particular photographs were taken did the relationship or friendship with Mr. de Havilland come to an end?
Well, I don't know if you want me to tell you months or days, I don't know. But his general conduct, particularly wanting me to sell my house, did not incite me or really did frighten me.
Anything did you do in response to your evidence that he was blackmailing or threatening you in relation to the use of the photographs he had taken of you?
Well, after trying to get my childcare closed down and implying that I could be harassed by having my garbage thrown all over the garden and photos, I just decided to ring the Belgian consulate and ask them, oh, that's gone again, and I gave them his name, the way I understood it, and told them that do they allow the citizens to take advantage of the vulnerable women? And the consulate with two ladies, one lady I think, and she said, no, we don't. And with her tone, I just think, oh, well, I can't get any help there. So that's when I decided to approach chats with police and tell them what was happening and tell them about the photos and threats.
Can I just break that down, if I may? What was it, to your mind, shortly after the photographs were taken, was Mr. de Havilland seeking from you such that he made blackmails of you, as you allege, or threats, as you allege? Do you know? What was he seeking from you?
Money. That's all he has been after all along.
And to your knowledge, did Mr de Havilland ever circulate the photographs to which you believe he took of you?
I don't know, but I don't think so. I haven't heard anything from anyone.
And you said that having gone to the Belgium consulate...
No, sorry, I rang them.
Thank you. My apologies. You then made the complaint to New South Wales Police seeking the apprehended domestic personal violence order.
No, I rang Chatswood Police I got scared. I really was becoming very scared. So that's why I rang the police. No success from the Belgian consulate. I contacted the police. I cannot remember how long after I contacted the police or it was before I contacted the police that I sought that restraining order. I cannot remember that.
Was Mr de Havilland using the photographs that he had taken of you to seek to control your behaviour in any way or not?
Oh, yes, in order to get money, in order for me to do out of fright or concern to do what he wants me to do.
And did you provide any money to Mr de Havilland in response to your allegations of blackmail or threat in respect of the photographs he had taken of you?
No.
Do I understand your evidence correctly that the only money that you gave to Mr de Havilland was in relation to the business being the coin business?
Yes.
And you did not succumb to any threats or blackmail by Mr de Havilland in relation to the unauthorised use of photographs of you?
If anything, they incited me to go and do something and seek some help.
Right. Now, you mentioned a moment ago in answer to one of my questions about Mr de Havilland seeking to close down your business. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
Now, is it the case that you do not know as a matter of fact that Mr de Havilland himself took particular steps with the Department of Community Services in relation to your childcare business?
I know it as a fact because he was the only one in my house. He's the only one who knows I used gas. He's the only one who knew I had a courtyard and there was a bit of mosquitoes against which I used to coil. The children were not all the time in the courtyard anyway. He was the only one who knew these things. And the only one.
For example, Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, how do you know it was not a parent or a neighbour that may have made the anonymous complaint to which you've referred in your statement at paragraph 19 to the Department of Community Service?
Well, the parents will give their names because I was licensed by the Department of Community Services and they will have given their names as parents who have witnessed that. That was him, and the anger and the hate, according to Beryl, my supervisor who contacted me, it could only be him because that was his continuous contact with me in my home. Bullying, intimidation.
I take it that that's a conclusion that you have drawn, but that Mr de Havilland has not admitted to you making a complaint about your business to the Department of Community Service.
I have never told him. So, in other words, he thought he was safe, he can continue, that I will not be asking for any help, any support from anyone. and that I would not learn that from docs.
Can I ask you this question, please, Ms. Gaffney-Bowen? Why was it that you rang the Belgium consulate to complain?
Well, he being from a Belgian origin, I thought the consulate could help me, could do something. Contact him and tell him to just leave me alone.
Did Mr. de Haververy tell you that he was born in Belgium?
I don't know. He told me he came from Luxembourg actually, and when I had an atlas, and I went and took it, and I was looking for where Luxembourg was, and they're laughing at me. And also, the reason why I thought he was Belgian is because he loved what's his name? Jacques Brel, who was a Belgian singer, French singer. And he actually stole all my cassettes. And I don't know how I learned it, or I just assumed that he was from a Belgian origin.
And apart from that, and that he lived at Lennox and had some knowledge of coins, what else can you tell Her Honour what you came to learn about Mr. de Haververy during that period of time that you were friendly with him?
Nothing. Well, nothing. He was just concentrating so much on me. And also I was running childcare and looking after my two daughters. I didn't have really even any time for myself.
Are you able to describe his physical appearance?
Well, all I remember is he was tall, dark-haired, and his eyes, I didn't even look at his eyes while he was with me. He's only later on when he left, he came back. I don't know why, what for. And then I really looked at, because I was a bit more relaxed, not having someone to belittle me around. I looked at his eyes and I saw they were blue-grey or green-grey or something. That's all.
What I might do, Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, is see if I can show to you a photograph. Excuse me, court officer. Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, do you recognise this person?
Well, I mean, I have seen him with dark eyes and younger, definitely not this way.
Right. You don't recognise that person?
Not my recollection. I can see some little things, but that doesn't...
Thank you. Now, can I ask you about the application? Sorry, Your Honour, could the court officer please put the screen back on? Yep. Thank you. Can you see me, Ms. Gaffney-Bowen?
Yes, I can see. Yes.
I just want to return, if I may, to your statement, and if you need to reference it, please do, to paragraph 11. You state there that one Saturday you went shopping and that it's your belief that Frederick took this opportunity to go through your things. You allege that he stole 2 coins made of a big piece of recently discovered gold nugget purchased for the twins by their father. You also allege he stole some pure silver coins from Argentina given to you by a friend in the 1970s. You go on to allege that an 18-carat long gold chain was missing, and you further allege that Mr de Havery stole most of your French cassettes by Jacques Brel, who was a Belgian singer. And you say this happened when he was still living in my garden unit. Do you agree that you do not know as a matter of fact that those items that went missing from your home were taken by Mr de Havery? That's so?
He also stole a book which was on my bedside table. No, parents don't go into my bedrooms because when they come to collect their children, the children are already dressed and playing in the courtyard. He was the only one who was in my home. And definitely my children would not go and steal their own. They didn't even know that I had their coins in the bedroom.
You agree with me, do you not, that all you have is a belief, but you do not know as a matter of fact that those missing items were taken by Mr de Havery? Do you agree with that proposition?
Mm-hmm. And happily.
Pardon, I couldn't quite hear that last answer.
I said, and happily. I personally have no doubt, but if you want me to give you the proof, I cannot give you a physical proof.
In paragraph 23 of your statement, you say this: from what I observed at the time and can still remember, I believe that Frederick made it a job to earn a living by zeroing in on the most vulnerable females, meeting by chance, or seeking them out before deceiving and robbing them. Now, just taking your particular circumstances, why do you hold that belief in relation to the circumstances that you allege befell you in 1998 in relation to Mr de Havery?
Well, he answered my ad. If he read my ad, it was because he was looking for women alone, I suppose.
You go on to say in paragraph 26 of your statement, I believe that he, that is Mr de Havery, could easily emotionally destabilise as well as financially ruin a person without any care on his part as long as he benefits from his actions. Again, in relation to your specific circumstances, what is the basis of your belief as you set out in paragraph 26?
Well, from the moment he came into my home, I was belittled. I was openly or insinuated, threatened. He tried to cause problems between my daughters and I because, well, he was trying to do à la Jules César. What is it? Divide and conquer. He tried to divide between my daughters and me. So I have really no one, not even my own children, close to me.
And are you able to give an example how he sought to do that?
One evening in particular, I remember, he wanted to talk to me. And my children, before they got to bed, they had very long curly hair, and I like to plait them. So the next day their hair are straighter and easy to set. And he wanted to talk to me, do me something with them, without them around, and he really intervened, and he wasn't happy that I did not give him the attention he required. He wanted me to neglect my children just to give him attention. And of course, it annoyed twins. and I was surprised.
Did Mr. de Haverberry ever physically hurt you or not?
No, well, yes, sorry, not physically, no, but emotionally, yes.
And when you've come to make a complaint to police, were there any threats made, to your knowledge, by Mr. de Haverberry to anyone else in your circle of friends or family?
I really cannot recall today. I cannot recall this today. But if I have put that in my AVO, I would not have invented it.
You record in your complaint to police in support of the apprehended domestic personal violence order that Mr. de Haverberry was now, so this is on around the 7th of December 1998, now threatening you, your friends and family in Australia and France, stating that he will fix us up if you did anything against his actions, I should say, when you and he were living together?
I cannot recall that.
You don't recall that today?
Not today, I cannot recall that.
Is that likely to have been accurate at the time you signed the complaint, or you're unable to say?
Knowing my character, I would not have written something and signed it. If I have written it and signed it and went and seek help, it's because it has happened.
And when you were friendly with Mr. de Haverberry, on those occasions when he was not staying in the garden studio, did you have a contact phone number for him to reach him?
No, never.
Did you have an address for where he lived in Lennox when he wasn't residing in the studio apartment?
No, I did not.
Was it the case that he would contact you by telephone in advance of arriving at your residence at Greenwich on those occasions that he came to Sydney?
Well, all these things happened really during that, say, 4 weeks or whatever short time. When he during that time he told me he was going to Lennox, or I assumed he went to Lennox because he told me he lived there, and he used my car. I don't know whether he rang me or he automatically came because he had all his things in my studio.
And how long did you lend Mr. de Haverberry your car?
I think it may have taken him about 1 week, approximately. I didn't write down.
And
he left.
Was it a Holden Astra?
Yes.
And what colour was it?
Blue, metallic blue, I think.
And it was a 5-seater sedan?
What sedan? I don't know what sedan is.
Was it a hatchback or not, if you know what a hatchback is?
I don't think it was hatchback because it had good, how do you call it, you know, things where you put luggages and things.
Boot.
A boot.
Boot, yes.
And can I just have displayed, Your Honour, a document that has recently come to my attention, and I'll just bring that up on the screen, Ms. Gaffney Bowen. Now, could you read that out in English, translated
I think
into
we might
English?
have to move it across.
And that's just that bit there.
Oh, that's just, sorry, yep.
Ms. Gaffney Bowen, could you translate that portion of what you see on the screen?
Service offer, French crèche in the North Shore, Sydney, up to the age of 6 years. Oh, that's my phone. I have never written something like this.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you remember your phone number. And if that could not be published, Your Honour, I'd seek a non-publication order in relation to that telephone number.
I make a non-publication order over that telephone number.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Now, I want you to assume from me, please, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, that this advertisement was placed on the 10th of March 1998 in the Le Courrier Australian publication. Are you familiar with that publication?
The Courrier Australien, yes, I am familiar.
Now, in circumstances where in 1998, being March of 1998, you've placed an advertisement in relation to your home-based childminding business, a crèche, does that in any way refresh your memory as to where it was you may have placed the advertisement looking for a friend, to which you gave evidence at the start of your evidence this afternoon?
In the Courrier Australien? No. No, it was in a normal Australian newspaper. That one was written in French. That Courrier Australien is written in French.
And you
not have.
I take it do you have a clear recollection today that the advertisement that you placed seeking a friend was placed in an English-speaking publication?
Yes, yes.
You mentioned a moment ago that Mr. de Haverberry had a mobile telephone. Did you have his mobile telephone number or not?
No, never.
Your Honour, that concludes the examination in chief. Ms. Gaffney Bowen, there may be some other questions from other parties.
May I ask a question, please?
Yes.
That advertisement about my crèche, I know there were other crèches, but I was the only French-speaking crèche. But I don't. When I place my ads, it's called Jeanette's Childcare. Never services of childcare services. No, if someone placed that ad, it wasn't me.
In circumstances where you've recognised fairly quickly, I would suggest, your telephone number,
Yes.
and it's next to the name Jeanette.
I didn't see Jeanette, but I saw the phone number.
All right, well, I'll have it brought back up again just so we can clarify this matter. Take a moment, please, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, to read the advertisement quietly to yourself.
It's not my style. I don't say offre de service. I don't. I say Jeanette's Childcare. French spoken or French taught, something like that. And it's a little square with Jeanette's Childcare, big phone number. I may have said jusqu'à l'âge de 6 ans, but I don't remember. But it's definitely not the way I advertise.
All right. It's some many years ago, but do you agree with me that it's an advertisement for childcare or a nursery?
Yes. Crèche française, yes, I was a French crèche, yes. But that's not my
I understand. And as we've established, at that time you were operating a home-based childcare business. Do you agree that the advertisement relates to the Lower North Shore in Sydney?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
And do you agree that at the time that this advertisement was published, that you lived in the Lower North Shore of Sydney, in Greenwich?
Yes, but in my advertisement, I don't know whether I still have that, whether I kept it.
And,
But I specify Greenwich because it's very handy. I always specify Greenwich. I don't give my address, but I say Greenwich. And I say
understand.
Freistadt. That's not my
And was it the position in 1998 that the children that you cared for were children under the age of 6? That is,
up
children,
to the age of 6.
Children that hadn't yet entered kindergarten?
Well, I can't remember at what time they entered there, but up to the age of 6, definitely. And I don't know, maybe there was someone else who taught who had a creche. I did not know everyone. And
then,
there
of
were
course,
a lot of home-based child carers.
And then, of course, you see your first or Christian name, Jeanette, in the last line of the advertisement.
I can't. No, my childcare was called Jeanette's Childcare.
Yes.
I don't need to put my name as a signature at the bottom. Jeanette's Childcare, and I always put Greenwich.
And then, of course, you accept that the phone number one sees in the advertisement was your phone number at that time.
So this one was in 98, was it?
Yes.
Well, it's not an ad placed by me. I don't know who did that.
Could an explanation be that when you've... Well, I withdraw that. Had you ever, to your recollection, placed an ad in the Courier Australia?
No. No, because if I place it in the Courier Australien, I'm aiming at the Francophone, while my crèche was mostly aimed at the Anglophone because it was run in French. So I was giving the Anglophone children the opportunity to learn a foreign language while they were little, at the age the most receptible for them to learn well and quickly.
Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, I want to put to you that you may be mistaken and that there is an inference open to be drawn that it was you who placed this advertisement in March of 1998 for the reasons I've already put to you. That is, that the remarkable similarities between your business, its location, the nature of its business, your name and the telephone number in the ad. Do you accept that or not?
Also, but I'm just wondering what has to do with that guy. Is that to hurt me or?
No. We're just trying, as I said at the outset, I'm just trying to see whether this advertisement refreshed your memory as to what publication you may have advertised for friendship. Your Honour, that's all I wish to say on this topic.
All right.
In due course, perhaps if we've got a clean copy, I'll seek to...
Okay.
At this stage, Your Honour, if that could be marked for identification.
Yes, that will be MFIB.
Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, thank you. As I said a moment ago, there may be some other questions.
Yes, Ms. Burke.
No questions, Your Honour, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms. Gaffney-Bowen, you just gave some evidence that you would advertise for your childcare centre. Where would you place those advertisements?
Well, in several organizations, but not through Australian, definitively.
It was English-speaking newspapers or anywhere else?
I placed in magazines. I had the leaflet, as mentioned to you. They were advertised some leaflets with Jeunesse Charter and French sexual thought, and I always mention Greenwich.
And Ms. Gaffney Bowen, what year were you born in?
1945.
Thank you. And from your memory, how long ago, in terms of weeks or months or years, did you give your statement to police?
Well, restraining order. No, the AVO.
No, your statement to police about Mr. Dehedivari that you've been asked questions about. In your memory, how long ago did you give that statement?
Oh, that's recent. I have been here in St. Ives.
It was recent, did you say?
Yes.
As in weeks ago?
No. When I say recent, is
Your Honour, could I interject, and I'm sorry to cut my learned friend off. I've just been instructed that there may be a date error in Ms. Gaffney Bowen's statement. Your Honour will see that it's dated 3 November 2020.
Yes.
It should in fact be 2021.
That's the commencement, and then by the time it was finalised and signed, you'll see the end date.
And that it was signed at the end, I'm told. I don't have a date, but if this is a matter of some importance, I can endeavour to find out when it was actually physically signed by the witness, but the statement commenced on or about the 3rd of November 2021.
21.
Not 2020 as disclosed on the front page.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Gaffney Bowen, it seems more correct to you that the statement was in November 2021 than November 2020?
to me they're the same. You know? There's not much difference between the two.
Now, you were asked some questions before about your comment in paragraph 23 of your statement that Mr. Dehedivari made it a job to earn a living by zeroing in on the most vulnerable female. Do you remember that part of your statement?
Yes, I remember.
And do we take it from that it was your impression that Mr. Dehedivari had done that type of thing before and was experienced in doing it?
When he was living in my studio, he used to go out regularly and come back. So because he wasn't really running a business, only later on, of course, not at the time, he must have been going and seeing other people.
I object to this evidence, Your Honour. It's just too speculative in nature.
It is.
My respectful submission.
Yes, it is.
And another reason.
Sorry, is that an objection to what the witness is saying or an objection to my question?
Well, the primary objection is to the evidence, which was clearly speculative. This witness does not know, it seems on the state of the evidence thus far, as to what Mr. Dehedivari was doing when he wasn't present in the presence of this witness. And Your Honour will recall I was very careful when I asked this witness questions about this paragraph and tied it to her specific circumstances. And the reason I did that, Your Honour, is because of ultimately Your Honour has to receive this evidence and apportion particular weight to the evidence.
Mr. Smith, perhaps if you could ask another question. that might get, it would need to be a bit more specific because
Well,
the answer.
yes. Ms. Gaffney Bowen, was there anything else
Actually,
apart from what you have already explained that was the basis of your comment in paragraph 23 of your statement?
because he was going through the advertisement, and that's where he found my name, looking for friendship. Some people, frankly, are looking for more than friendship straight away.
Yes. And you gave evidence earlier that you were financially independent. Was that because you had firstly, you had a childcare business, and secondly, you owned your house in Greenwich?
Yes.
And was there anything else that led you to say you were financially independent?
Well, I was running a childcare, and I had my home. I had a car, so I was independent.
Thank you. Could I ask that the witness be shown page 2326 of the brief, which is in volume 9? Could that just be zoomed in, please? Now, I appreciate, Ms. Gaffney Bowen, it's not very good quality and it's in black and white. Perhaps if we just zoom in again on the face. Do you recognise that, the person in that photograph, by any chance?
Is he wearing a moustache?
It appears to my eyes that he is, yes.
Well, I don't remember a moustache, but again, that can be taken off. July 91.
Thank you. And you say in paragraph 5 of your statement that you never saw the spelling of Mr. De Hedeveri's name. You remember saying that?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you well.
You say in paragraph 5 of your statement that you never saw the spelling of Mr. De Hedeveri's name. That's
no,
right.
I have never seen it. And when he first told me his name, it sounded very foreign to me, difficult to. When I repeated it, and he did not correct me. So when the detective showed me, when I was in touch with detectives, and they showed me the spelling, I was very surprised because that's not the way I pronounced it, and that's not the way. Correct me.
And based on that,
Excuse me to interrupt. I'm sorry, Your Honour. I can't hear what she's saying. There's an awful lot of noise in the background.
there's sort of scratching
Noise,
noise.
papers turning. Yeah.
I'm going to ask again if anyone isn't on mute, if they could kindly go on mute. We'll see if that's a bit better.
Sounds better for now. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
So, based on what you've just said, was it your perception at the time that Mr. De Hedevari was trying to avoid you knowing how his name was spelt or what his exact name was?
Well, now, yes, I do. And I have never seen, well, he has never given it to me. Just like his phone number, he has never given it to me.
And you gave evidence earlier that when you first met Mr. De Hedevari, he told you he lived in Lennox. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you later learned that he, in fact, lived in Ballina.
That is, I believe it's through the police, to Chatswood police station, because they went and visited his home.
Yes. So, did you consider that the fact he told you he lived in Lennox was simply an accident or not?
I'm sorry, I did not hear your question.
Did you consider the fact that he told you he lived in Lennox was simply a mistake by him or not?
At the time, I believed him. When he told me he lived in Lennox, I believed him. But later on, he did not want to tell me where he really lived after all his behavior.
Did you ask him again later on where did he really live?
No, because by the time I really realized what risk situation I was in, well, he was out. So I wasn't interested where he lived. I did not want to see him.
And after you made your complaint and took out a apprehended domestic personal and violence order, it's correct, isn't it, that you never heard from Mr. De Hedevari again after that?
I don't know whether it was after the AVO or before, but he came to my place once. He came to my place, and I can't remember what for.
And you're not sure whether that was before or after the domestic violence order?
No, I don't remember.
But apart from that one occasion, after the domestic violence order, you never had contact with Mr. De Hedevari again, is that correct?
It's correct, but as I said, I don't know whether it was before or after he rang me and came to my place.
And just going back to your advertisements for your childcare centre that you would place, if you can remember, were they in local newspapers, for example, local publications, or were they in the Sydney Morning Herald or a national publication? Do you remember any detail about that?
I think they could have been in local, like in school. I don't remember really. It would be mostly local.
And in terms of your ad seeking a friend, would that have been, to your recollection, in a similar type of local newspaper?
No, because there were a lot of ads in that specific newspaper. I can't remember. So I just put, that's what gave me the idea actually, because there were so many of them.
Yes. Now, you asked some questions earlier about the statement in your domestic personal violence order. In that document, there's a reference to you and Mr. De Hedevari having plans to be married. You remember being asked about that?
Well, he has never spoken about marriage to me. I have never spoken marriage to him. When I placed that ad as seeking a friend, yes, I had that in the background of my mind because I did not want to get again into a relationship without a good base of friendship. That's why I asked for a friend first. But once I met him and he spoke about business, I completely forgot about what I was seeking first. I was more interested in the business.
Sorry, the banging noises was you.
Yes.
Your Honour, can I just advise, it seems to be coming from the bar table. Every time someone at the bar table moves or breathes, the noise comes through. I don't know whether it's because the mics are pointed down towards the table or something.
Could be
That might
that.
help.
We've turned
barely breathing.
I'm going to ask them to stop breathing and move the microphones to face away. So I hope that makes a difference. Let me know if it doesn't.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Gaffney Bowen, you were asked previously about whether Mr De Hedeverry ever physically harmed you, and your answer was no. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did you fear at any time that he might physically harm you?
But I think Hedeverry was a coward. He just goes for the weak people, and harming someone is too it's too busy. So it goes for the emotional, and besides, it doesn't give him the money anyway. Harming someone.
And when the police came and spoke to you recently, do you recall saying that your decision not to sell your Greenwich house and buy the Paris apartment saved you from Mr De Hedeverry?
I missed something. There's still a lot of noise here. I missed.
I think it might be, Mr. Smith, you were moving some documents. So when you ask the question, you might just have to. I think the microphones are so sensitive.
Yes. Okay. When the police came to visit you recently, and you explained that, do you recall saying that your decision not to sell your Greenwich house and get Mr De Hedeverry to buy you an apartment in Paris, your decision not to do that saved you from him? Do you recall saying that?
I still missed the end of your question.
When the police came and spoke to you recently, do you recall saying that your decision not to sell your Greenwich house and not to have Mr De Hedeverry buy you an apartment in Paris, your decision not to do that saved you from him?
Saved me from him. I don't recall that, but I had no intention of selling my house. I was running a business and I had children still at school, and my children were born here. The Greenwich was a good area. Why should I sell my house? Had no reason. And why should I go to Paris? I left France in 1967. Why should I go back to France?
Thank you.
And that's what upset him, because I told him off. It upset him the second time he approached that subject. That's the only time I saw him angry at me.
And you say in paragraph 25 of your statement that Mr De Hedeverry lied easily and all the time. You recall saying that?
Oh, yes.
Apart from the specific examples you have given there, can you recall any other times or any other things that you were lied to about?
Well, that's plenty, isn't it? You tried to close down my childcare. Huh? You tried to get me involved in an inexistent business.
And
he stole money instead of buying things. I don't know what he did with the money.
And you refer in that paragraph to correcting him on particular occasions. Did he become angry when you did that or not?
No, I think he was surprised. He thought I was a stupid woman. I think he behaved like one.
And you gave evidence earlier that, in effect, Mr De Hedeverry didn't tell you very much about himself. Is that right?
Yes.
You don't remember him telling you anything about his background or his life previously before having met you?
Everything, the little things he told me were a lie. He said he lived in Lennox. He lived in Ballina. He told me he came from Luxembourg. He came from Belgium. He told me he came to Sydney for business. No, he didn't come to Sydney for business.
Did he ever tell you anything about his financial position?
No. No. My financial position was more interesting to him than his own. At least I had one.
And in your first meeting with him at dinner, do you recall if you told him that you were divorced?
I told him a lot. He was just listening and how do you call it, encouraging me to talk. But everything I said was true.
So it is likely that you told him that in that conversation, is that correct?
Well, I was living on my own and I advertised for friends. He needed me to tell him I was divorced. But odd.
Thank you. And you were asked some questions about an incident where photographs were taken of you naked. You recall that?
I asked questions.
You were asked by Mr. Castleton some questions about an incident where photographs were taken
Yes.
of you. Yes. And I believe your evidence about that was you thought it was being done for the purposes of blackmail. Is that correct?
Blackmail, yes.
Now, did you...
Sorry to interrupt. One has to be very careful with this line of questioning.
Yes.
Because prior to the answer that's just been recounted by my learned friend, the witness accepted that she consented to the photographs being taken. That's the first point. So in terms of context, I think it's very important that that be made clear, that there's no suggestion, as I understand the evidence to date, that the photographs were not taken with the permission of Ms. Gaffney Bowen. The question really is what became of the use of those photographs after they were taken. I just don't want the two concepts to be conflated, Your Honour.
Yes.
Well, with respect to my friend, all I'm trying to do is establish the piece of evidence that I'm discussing. And I'm not seeking to do anything other than direct Ms. Gaffney Bowen's mind to that piece of evidence.
Well, it has to be done just in a very precise way, Mr. Smith, given the distinction that's been just pointed out by Mr. Castleton.
Yes. And Ms. Gaffney Bowen, you recall that topic of evidence that was discussed, including the matters Mr. Castleton just referred to?
I remember this matter, yes.
Thank you. Now, did you perceive at the time that occurred that was an attempt by Mr. De Hedevere to take the relationship to a sexual relationship or not?
I do not believe he was seeking sex with me because he was incapable of having sex. His aim was to take photos and blackmail me with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Castleton.
Thank you. I better seek to tidy up some aspects. Ms. Gaffney Bowen, you said a moment ago that your belief was that Mr. De Hedevere could not take the relationship into a sexual relationship because you believed he was impotent. Have I understood your evidence correctly?
Yes.
How do you know at that point in time that he was impotent?
because he was half dressed, as I mentioned earlier, and but he was still concentrating on taking the photos and so on, trying to persuade me. And I asked my doctor about what I saw, and she said he's important.
Do I take it from that answer that you do not know as a matter of fact, but were speculating as to whether or not Mr. de Havilland at that point in time was impotent or not?
No, I saw the way his sex was. It wasn't normal, and it was all blue. And I did not understand that. So when I saw my GP next time, I asked her, and she told me he was important. He looked important, but I wasn't sure personally.
You mentioned in some evidence a moment ago that Mr. de Havilland visited you one last time in response to a question from Mr. Smith. What happened on that last occasion that he visited you at your residence?
All I can remember is we talked. I can't remember what we talked about, but he didn't stay long, and that's when I noticed the color of his eyes. All the time I had seen him before, I did not see the color of his eyes. But that time, because he was really looking at me and I was really looking at him and listening, and I wasn't as... Look, I felt like I was dragged when he was with me. I was clear-minded, and I saw the color of his eyes, and I did not like... I just confirmed I didn't like that guy. And he did not stay long.
And did Mr. de Havilland ever inform you that he was a photographer or not?
No, never.
And Ms. Gaffney Bowen, some of the matters to which you've given evidence today and which are contained in your statement have been put to a man who has gone by the name of Frederick de Havilland, and his position is that your account of particular matters pertaining to you and him, he has no recollection or memory of, and that he does not remember you and that your name does not ring a bell. Is there anything you wish to say in relation to Mr. de Havilland's or the denials of the events that you've recounted today?
He's a liar. He's a liar, that guy. He's a liar. I've been telling you all along, he's a liar.
Your Honour, that concludes the re-examination.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Gaffney Bowen. That's the end of your... So you're able to go now. You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honour, some matters of housekeeping, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honour, marked for identification the other day, MFI-A.
Yes.
Was some email communications produced by the New South Wales Police.
Yes.
Could that be tendered and marked as Exhibit 13?
Yes.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence today. Tomorrow, the first and only witness scheduled is Janet Oldenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. We'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
May I please the Court?
Silence, please. Stand.